Bay Chief Meteorologist Bobby Deskins, our first tornado warning of the day. We have a severe thunderstorm warning up in the Citrus County. This is Dunedin. Well, basically Honeymoon Island, right? Dunedin sitting right in here. That's Clearwater Beach. There's a water spout sitting out here, and it's moving off towards the north and the east, and it's going to move in towards Tarpon Springs, maybe just south of there. So we're basically talking about Ozona area, right? So tornado warning in effect until 4 p.m. We're tracking this on our cameras, and we haven't quite been able to see it from our Clearwater Beach cam. If you look off towards the north and the east, it's right in this area, right in here. So the rotation is still not on shore yet, but it's just about there. Now, we've seen a couple of these today. We've seen some rotation just offshore. Let me get back out here to the velocity product and kind of show you what we're talking about. There is the spin right there. You can see the Tarpon Springs area, right where you see Tarpon Springs and Cloak, the river. This is essentially the river right there. That's the sponge docks. Okay, so you know where the Walmart is. There's a Lowe's down there, the lighting place. Those areas you want to be taking shelter right now. This is where we think the rotation is right here. It does not look very broad, not very strong, which is really good news. Water spouts, when they move on shore, tend to weaken. And in this particular case, what we've seen, the rotation we've seen offshore, doesn't last very long, but it is a tornado warning, and it will continue to move off towards the north and the east, towards that Riverside Drive area. US 19, this is the main one here. Keystone Avenue, Tarpon Springs Road, and US 19, you're coming in from Hillsborough. You cross straight over, and then you get into downtown right in there. So this is the sponge docks right here. All right, the river is sitting right in here. I think it's going to be right near that. What is the Krabby's? What is the one that's right at the west end of Tarpon Springs? Good seafood place. Anywhere around the sponge docks, right? Hella's, you get the desserts. That area, you want to be watching it. You get across the Anclote River as well. This is going to move right into that area. Now, further down the river in this area here, you've got the power stacks. And between there and downtown Tarpon Springs, you've got a couple of, there's a campground there. If you're in that area, if you're in that campground, you need to be in a shelter. You can't be in an RV in this situation, okay? So a lot of times they have a structure like a cinder block building that you can move into. That's what you want to do. Anybody that's in that area right now, the object when you have a tornado warning is to put as many walls between you and the outside world, right? And that's what we're suggesting that you do. Let me kind of show you an object. A picture here. If you are in a two-story home, we don't want you at the top story, right? You don't want to be up here. You don't want to be with an outside wall right here. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside world. Cupboards are really good, sometimes laundry rooms, that types of thing. But you got to be careful about what's in there as well, too. A lot of people do jump in the bathtub, but a lot of times those are on the outside walls. Upstairs certainly don't want to be there. Friends or neighbors that are lower lying, that are in maybe an RV or maybe a mobile home, give them a call, have them come up and possibly stay with you as this moves through. Now let's go back out. I'm going to show you the bigger picture, kind of give you an idea of where this is. We've been watching this line move on shore. I'm going to take it all the way back out to just the radar here so you can see what we're, the line that we're showing you here. And that tornado warning, obviously right in here. We've seen the northern end of this line already move on shore up into Crystal River, up into Citrus County, obviously, Inverness. There's a severe thunderstorm warning up there. Let me go ahead and show you that. That will expire in about 20 minutes or so. But what we're seeing with these things is basically winds in excess of 60 miles per hour. That's what the warnings are for. The tornado obviously could have much higher winds. Now, because it's a weaker rotation, we would expect this to weaken fairly quickly as it moves on shore. But that means all of those really nice homes on the south end of the Anclote River right there in Tarpon Springs, you need to be watching for this. This is right out where we had Epiphany, essentially, this past Saturday. So those areas want to watch it. Let me zoom in a little bit closer here for you. The line, I got to be honest, you know, we have not seen a lot of rotation with these. So that's been fairly, you know, good for us. And if I look further down the line, we don't see as much. And this one's not as impressive. So we're talking right in this area, right in here. You can see our radar is kind of picking up on it, but it's actually a little bit ahead of that. And if you look along this line back down to the south, what we're looking for when we show you inbound and outbound, Doppler radar can actually see if that raindrop that it hits, we show you rain right on the radar, it can see if that raindrop's moving towards the radar or away from the radar, right? And when you see a bunch of green right next to a bunch of red going really fast, That's rotation in a tornado. Where this particular tornado warning is actually a little bit less than that. So we're not seeing a whole lot of spin. It's coming on shore right now. All right, so west of US 19, Tarpon Springs, you need to be in your shelter. This is the holiday area when you get up into Pasco County, just to the north. You should be doing it as well, too. Let me show you the polygon. This is from the National Weather Service when they issue the watch, or excuse me, the warning. In fact, let's bring this down here just a little bit so you can see. Anywhere in this warning, you should be in your safe area. Now, right now, this extends out. This is Brooker Creek Preserve. You've got the Eagles, Water Chase, West Chase, Woodlands area. You're okay at this point. The threat is in northern Pinellas County in the Tarpon Springs area, and that's going to cross it's crossing old US 19 in just a few minutes here, and then we're talking not Palm Harbor, excuse me, the US 19 cutting up into Holiday, up into Pasco County, just west of Little Road. Natalie, what was the speed on that? I want to go ahead and track that.
Yeah, so it's been moving very quickly to the east at 40 miles per hour. The center was kind of, or at least the area of rotation that we were watching is really close to Palm Harbor, within a 5-mile radius, just southwest of Holiday.
Yeah, you can see this little hook right here. You see that? That's what we're keying in on right here. And so that's going to take it off over towards Holiday by about 3:54. This is obviously US 19. So it's still technically west of US 19. You've got Little Road, which is right here. Okay, that's Little Road. I know it's not labeled here, but that's Little Road, and this takes you off towards, where's my county line here? It's right in here. So this is going to basically right out through the Trinity area. Trinity at 3:58. That's going to give us just about 7 minutes. Seven Springs Middle School, about 4 o'clock. You know, we have these listed on there. This is way east of where it is right now. So the odds of it holding together from where it is now all the way out to Seven Springs Middle School are low. This should probably fall apart pretty quickly. But you know, I've got kids at school this afternoon. It's not a bad place for them to be. Schools are big cinder block buildings. They know what to do there, so it's kind of a good thing if that is the case. We're going to get another scan here. I don't see...
If we want another visual kind of what's going on out there, especially near the Holiday area, we do have a camera, an Ocean Honda camera over in Port Richey. If we could switch over to weather 2 really quick.
I've got
the
that here,
winds
yeah.
have been popping very, very rapidly in the last 5 minutes, and now we're starting to see it get darker out there, and these huge flashes of lightning already starting to pick up in the area. Good
catch on that. This is actually looking a little bit more towards the west-southwest. So the cell that we're tracking is back out over here. We're not going to see much, but what I want to do is watch off here. Oh, look at the winds really kicking up right here. There you go now. Turn to the left. Perfect. Yeah, this is the cell coming through. There you go. This is Ocean Honda. I forgot what the intersection is right there on US 19, but US 19 just went off to the right there. It's going to be tough to actually see this right here, but we'll be watching for something moving from this direction coming back over towards the left there. Yeah, you know what? More than anything else, we might start looking for pops, Natalie. We see some, the electricity starting to blow.
Yeah,
you know,
absolutely.
So let's maybe come back just to the right just a little bit and see if we can see anything there.
Yeah, because this is a very fast-moving storm. I mean, 40 miles per hour is how quickly the actual rotation's moving. Then ahead of it, you've had these gusts, what, 60? 55, 65. We could see some as much as 70 mile per hour. If we see anything more on that, I'll take you back over to it. Back out to the warning right now. You can see the line where we're watching is right in here. Now the Port Richey camera is up a little bit higher, so what we were basically looking at is this squall line right here, the darker reds coming through and crossing US 19. Very, very heavy winds and rain. You've seen it windy all day today. We've had gusts in the 50s before all of this got here. When this line comes through, it's only going to last about 30 minutes, maybe 45 minutes. But that is actually going to push quickly through the area, and then we're not going to have much back behind it. So the main event as far as severe weather and tornado warnings go is what's pushing through the area right now.
Bobby, real quick, as you're going through this, for those who are sheltering in place or looking at this as you're walking us through what we're seeing right now, can you describe the polygon and why that's so important? You know, that area that we're focusing on, can you describe for people at home, just because you're outside of the polygon doesn't mean that you're safe per se, but I mean, just all of us need to be on alert.
That's a great point. So this is the original polygon, and you can see the northern edge is here. The southern edge is even off of the map here. Now let me jump over and show you the velocity product. The area that we're watching is right in here. All right? The northern end of that line is right in there. So that from the polygon comes from the National Weather Service here in Ruskin. They give us the initial warning. They'll sometimes adjust that as well. But what we know to do is to watch this velocity product. That's actually going to show us exactly where it is. And it'll continue to move off towards the Trinity area. So that's where you need to be. All at Fox Hollow, all the neighborhoods around Trinity right now, it's coming through right now. It's crossing US 19. If you're back out in downtown Tarpon Springs, all clear. All right? You're still technically in the box. Downtown Tarpon Springs is all clear. Most of this is now moved off towards your east. You can come out of your shelter. Areas east of US 19. To the right of US 19, especially the Trinity area, you need to be in your shelter. My mother-in-law, Mom, time to get in there. Yeah. You know where to go. And that will move through pretty quickly here. As Natalie said, it's moving about 40 miles per hour. But you may think that the tornado coming through, there's a ton of wind with this line altogether. But this is the area that we're watching. Now, let me show you this. There's a product that we use that can tell us if there's debris in the area. And if there was debris, we would see a bunch of different colors in here, and we don't see it. That is fantastic news right now. So I just want to back up here a little bit.
And Bobby, you're expecting this to expire around 4? It's 3, we're coming at 3:57? Depends, though, I know.
Yeah.
Okay.
And typically when we get tornado warnings, they go 45 minutes. But because of the dynamics today, we can get more tornado warnings, but we think they'll last a little bit shorter for a water spout. There's still a possibility that we have what are called supercell thunderstorms, and they can make long track, big, strong tornadoes. This one looks a little bit weaker, but you see that color right there? Yeah. That little bit of orange? That, to me, right there, see that? This looks like some debris got picked up.
That yellow we're seeing there on the screen? Okay.
Yep. Well, the radar not only sees motion, right? Red and green's coming this way, going that way. It also looks at the raindrop and says, is it round? Because it can look at the top to bottom of the raindrop and left to right. And if they're about the same, that's round. Sticks, branches aren't round. Boards aren't round. Debris. So that's what that saw. You can see through the Holiday area. So guys, we're going to be wanting to check in with the Holiday PD, Tarpon Springs PD, because this area in Holiday west back out towards Victor, there's Keystone. So it's north of where the Lowe's is, the lighting store right there. It's going to be just to the north over there, up towards basically downtown, yeah. Up towards downtown. And that's in northern Pinellas County. And let's get you out to where we are right now. We're live, and I don't see anything on it right now. That's great news. So this is a latest look at the line. Our models, our radar is saying, yeah, there's still some rotation here, but just looking at this, that looks better to me. All right, it looks like this could be weakening just a little bit.
And as we come, Bobby, to this time, which we're about to expire here soon, you may have heard another alarm on our microphones. That was a brand new severe thunderstorm warning for Pinellas until 4:30.
All right, so
that's due to the potential of strong damaging winds up to 60 miles per hour, which we were just talking about. That's what we've already seen some of this capable of doing along the coastline. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we were watching power outages. Mm-hmm. You know, Duke, Tika, it's been reporting power outages all day, just from the wind that's been out there ahead of the storm. That noise that she's talking about, that latest alarm you heard, is for central and southern Pinellas County. This is a severe thunderstorm warning. We get those when winds are estimated to be 58 miles per hour or higher. We've been seeing gusts in the low 50s all day. This will be more than that. And it's for this section that's right here. You see the bright reds? It's now coming. There's Clearwater Beach going down to Indian Rocks Beach right here, and you're going to get all the way down. And eventually that's coming through. So they put the warning to include all the way down through South St. Pete there towards the center of the Skyway Bridge, okay? Frequent lightning with this. The lightning has come down a little bit, so that's good news, but we do expect that to be the case right now, and that will push lots of wind. The wind with this will basically come in from the south and the southwest. Behind this, the wind's coming to the west, and we'll start talking about water level increases. They're already coming up, but they will continue to come up for our flooding concerns later this evening. But this, as far as severe weather and tornado warnings, this is the main line that we'll be dealing with. So, severe thunderstorm warning for central and southern Pinellas County. What time was that for?
Until 4:30.
4:30, okay? So let's get back down in here into this tornado warning. Again, you can see where they started it, right? This was out offshore. It's right in this area now, and I think it's more on the north side of that. So let me get back up here. Oh, yeah. See this up towards Keystone?
Yeah.
Yeah, right there. That looks like it's trying to hold together just a little bit here. Trinity Boulevard. Yep, that's it. That's Trinity neighborhoods. And the ones that are to the east of there as well, to the Catholic Church that's out there. Culver's, you know where that is? The salad chick salad filet. I love that. Chick salad chick.
Yeah.
That area in Trinity, that's right in here, okay? Here's the concern, right there. And that's going to continue to push off towards the east-northeast. This is State Road 54. Get out towards the Veterans, which is going to be right out here. So it's well west of the Veterans at this particular point, but basically Gun Highway and 54, that's right there, okay? The concern is right here. It's going to head towards that community. So you've got Starkey Ranch, which most of Starkey Ranch is here on the north side of 54. I would probably be in my safe spot in the Starkey Ranch area, especially the closer you live to 54, which is a lot of it. I think the worst case for this is going to be south of Trinity. We're at 401. Have they allowed?
They just allowed it to drop, yes.
They've allowed it to expire. Okay, that means we're going to get you back to programming here, guys, but
I wouldn't be surprised if we were back.
yeah, let me look at this real fast. Okay, I'm not seeing anything. It's right in here. So it looks good for right now. So we don't have the warning at this point. Let's just recap real fast, then we'll get you back. Here's the big picture, and I'll take you out to the whole DMA here. Severe thunderstorm warning till 4:30. Central southern Pinellas. Tornado warning is over. That's right in this area right here. Again, though, if you're in Trinity, please keep an eye on this. You think you hear a train coming? Get in your shelter, all right? There's many walls between you and the outside world. Guys, Pasco County closed schools today. It's 4 o'clock. Kids coming out of school. This is why they did it. It was not going to be an all-day event. Flooding is going to be an issue later this evening, but the timing for these showers and storms is why that happened. This is Citrus County. One more minute for that. Let me get you that. We do have that severe thunderstorm warning for Citrus County as well. Crystal River, all the way down towards, well, Weeki Wachee, you're still in the thick of it. But you get north of Weeki Wachee up into Crystal River, the worst has come through. The weather will get better, but the water is going to start to come up a little bit, okay? And I've seen water levels. It's below flood levels at this point, but it's still on the way up. And we're going to have to watch. Tides are coming up later this evening. High tide in the St. Pete area isn't until about 11:30, and we still have some westerly winds. The winds will come down behind this line. It's been real windy out ahead of it all day. It's going to get even windier in that line, and then finally they'll turn to the west and they will decrease this evening. Okay, obviously we're here in the Weather Center. We've got the full team here. We will be tracking this for you. Stay safe. Check out our social media, and don't forget, download the 10 Tampa Bay app. That way we can keep you informed, prepared, and connected. right here. We're located right here on Gandy, so I'm trying to get folks set up here with what we're looking at. Tornado warning in effect. Let me get this here for you. Until 4:30. So Brian Dairy Road right here. This is where we think it's in, okay? This is going to go off to the east towards Gandy Boulevard. It's coming right towards the station here, to be honest with you. This is the Howard Franklin Bridge on the north side of it. It's more towards the Gandy Bridge. So Feather Sound, all these areas on, 4th Street's right here. You know, you keep on going Gandy back out towards Pinellas Park area and US 19. That area right there. The Home Depot, I'm into all these home builders here today. Home Depot, you get out towards Buffalo Wild Wings, that area. This is right in here. That's about where the threat is at this time. Now, the rotation is weak. It's right here, but that's it. It's crossing 19. So it's actually, this is the Walmart that's right there. It's east of 19, and it's moving right up that Gandy overpass. The one on the west side, right? The one in Pinellas County. And it's going to be moving just right there, almost towards Shore Acres eventually. It's moving more to the east than anything else. But I would just plan on this coming right up Gandy Boulevard. So if you're on Gandy, let's see, from where we are at the TV station here, all the way back out west, which is right here, all the way back out to 4th Street, 4th and Gandy, right there. And then you get back down to the extension here, the overpass, if you will, or bypass, and to that intersection right there. That's where we're seeing a rotation. Again, tornado warning, but this is not the strongest rotation. Now, as far as looking for any debris, it's kind of in this area here, but you can see that's not necessarily debris from what could be a tornado. And I don't see much coming across at this point. We'll move in and look at this a little bit differently. What were you saying, Natalie?
So much more impressive when it was near Reddington Shores.
Yeah,
across along the Gandy.
Natalie's been following this one. She was surprised they didn't pull the trigger on it. That one's still the one up in the Pasco. Now it's really tough to see. It's really tough to see on this one. They did it till 4:30.
We do have our camera facing there.
20-minute, yeah. All right, let's take a look at that. Thank you, Natalie. This is the camera on top of the station here. And we're going to look to the, so Gandy Boulevard's right here. We're looking right at it, and it's going to be tough. These are so rain-wrapped. There's so much heavy rain out ahead of it. It's going to be really tough to see. We'll keep an eye on that and see if we can't see those trees start to bend a little bit more if it does closer to this, come closer to this location. Back out on the radar, though, what we would be looking for in this area is it's kind of right in here. Right? That's where that hook is, but I don't see much here. And it's tough to see. I'm going to back this up in time. And it looks like that's what they were seeing. You see that? Right there. That's what they were seeing. This Pinellas Park, that's Gandy Boulevard all the way out. Basically, Brian Dairy Road's just to the north, so it's south of there, between there and Brian Dairy Road. And then when I put it back into motion, I'm going to go forward. You'll see it's going to move almost due east. So let's go back out to the camera because right now it's right over top of us if it's here.
Yeah, and this is racing. The area of rotation that we've been monitoring is now pushing to the east about 45 miles per hour, just right around or right east now of Pinellas Park.
Let's go now. Let's turn that just a little to the left. Mm-hmm. Just a little bit. We'll look back out towards Gandy Boulevard. These are the mangroves off to the right here. There's all the condos on the north side of Gandy off to the right. This is Gandy Boulevard. You can see right here. The Crab Shack right there.
Oh, I moved it again.
I see. You can see how it darkens here a little bit. That's where we would be watching for this to come through. Really on the radar here, though, it's right along the leading edge in here. It's going to be right in there. So that's 4th and Gandy. So tornado warning. Get in your shelter if you live in that area. This is going to be Gandy going southbound right here. Especially when you get off to the north here. A lot of this is commercial buildings in this particular area, but the Feather Sound here is lots of condos. And right there on Gandy Boulevard, you want to be inside, obviously, but you want to put as many walls between you and the outside world. Condos are actually pretty good. A lot of this construction here has been new, so it's pretty sturdy structure there. Wouldn't hurt if you went lower in the building, because some of these are a little bit on the taller side. There's a little bit of lightning left over in this. That's not the obviously the worry that we have right now. And there will be gusty winds like all along. You see how that's a solid line right there. But we're not seeing anything right there. We've got the Gandy Bridge camera. Can we show that? We have some really gusty winds out there. It's going to get worse as it's pushing off towards the north, towards the east more than anything else. At about 40 miles per hour. Most of this has been moving, it seems like, about 50 to 54 mile per hour, 55 mile per hour inside these cells. Okay, just don't see a whole lot there. The concern is going to be right here at 4th and Gandy. There's the Gandy Bridge right now. You can see, obviously, things really bouncing around out there. Guys, let me get my bearings here. This is the Tampa. Okay, that makes more sense. Yes. So the weather's coming towards the camera. The storm is coming towards camera. We're looking towards the St. Pete side, and you can't see it across there. You see a lot of cars heading.
We're looking out to the west, right, Bobby?
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah,
looking
you don't
off
see
to
a
the
lot
west
of cars
towards
heading that way either.
St. Pete, yeah. They're all heading east. They're all heading over into the Tampa area right now.
Then that's a good point. You know, if you or someone you know in the next 10 minutes were thinking of even taking the Gandy Bridge, you may want to just tell them to hunker down for just a moment, at least until this initial line passes. And if we wanted to show we always mention with these tornado warnings, this one goes until 4:30. If we go over to Weather 2 for just a moment, we just really want to reiterate to make sure that you're putting as many walls between you and the outside world. In these moments, especially when we're talking about the conditions outside changing very rapidly, it gets dark very rapidly as well. You may want to document ahead of it. Stay in your safe place at least until the worst of this passes. When it's safe, you're more than welcome to take all those pictures and videos, but you really just want to make sure that you are putting as many walls between you and the outside world and away from any windows. In that situation, if you have to be in a room that is adjacent to a window, you want to grab something like a blanket, some pillowcases, something that you can cover yourself from anything that may be able to break around you.
So I'm looking at some stuff coming out of the National Weather Service office. No confirmation yet of anything touching down. That actually includes up to the north, although I think Tarpon Springs, we're probably going to end up finding something up in that. That was from an earlier warning. Back out on Weather 1 right now. We're going to get you right back down close into this area here where we think we've got the rotation. We're still not seeing anything major, guys. Well, there you go. You can see right in here is where we're watching. Now, you've probably seen us tracking a lot of tornadoes over time, and you're just not seeing anything right now that looks like a classic, what we call a comma, vortex type of thing. What was that? I'm sorry. Oh, yeah, okay. Well, let's go. Let's take you live outside to the station right now. We're literally, the line's coming through right now. This is giving us a little bit better view. That's Gandy Boulevard in the background. The cars going from left to right there are going into Pinellas County. That's the westbound side. And you can see, I can hear the rain starting to pick up right now on the building.
This is shot from our front door.
Yeah,
right here.
yeah. Daisy's out there with their phone, or she's got a Zero, I think, sitting out there. There you go, and you can see it starting to come down. But what you don't see, and what I would be watching is in the upper right-hand corner, those things will really start to bend over. Those trees, if that's a tornado coming through, it's going to be there momentarily, and I don't see it coming through at this particular time. And just looking at the radar, I don't see a signature that would suggest that. Very gusty winds. Again, we've been seeing gusts in the 50s all day. But with the line, this line's coming through right now, 60, 70 can't be ruled out.
So, Bobby, how quickly is this moving through? I mean, we were talking Pinellas Park. I'm just kind of trying to follow you as it's moving through.
The line itself is moving at about 35, 45 miles per hour from west to east. And so the whole line's got to move through the area. At your house, you're probably only going to deal with this for about 20 minutes, the heaviest. Right? And then it's going to slow down. You'll still have a little bit of rain on the backside. But 15, 20 minutes, very heavy downpour, and then it will slowly move by. That's been the good news, and we've kind of expected that because it's a squall line more than anything else.
Now, how would this be affecting, I know you're focusing on this area right now, but the airport? Tampa International, are we too far south still? Or
well, Tampa's just about ready to get it right now. And actually, we may need to check on that because we had an airport warning for St. Pete. We want to get back out towards the radar.
Yeah, I see that here. I'm looking at that.
St. Pete Clearwater had it. They're right here. It's Bayside Bridge sitting right here just south of Safety Harbor. They have basically a ground stop at the airport for this squall line coming through. I would be completely surprised if Tampa doesn't do the exact same thing. And that's just getting people out of the weather. Lots of lightning. They do a ground stop because of that. They can't have the workers out on the tarmac when that happens. This is the time where that's going to be coming through. Again, I really don't see anything. You know, Natalie, can we take our camera and spin it around maybe a little bit to the east, looking over towards South Tampa?
Yes,
Let me pull it up here.
Yeah, I had it all the way back to the west. Let me move it to the east again.
Just looking at the signature, yeah, we're just not going to see anything on this. So downtown Tampa's right here. If you were to be able to see across, Gandy Boulevard is right over here. Maybe go just a little bit to the right, please, Natalie, and we'll see. There's a signature on there that just shows a heavier downpour. We're not going to be able to see anything. Back over to the radar, and I'll show you what we were talking about. It's just not there. Now, this is more interesting here in South St. Pete.
I will say, it looks like they just pulled a warning for it.
Did they?
Yep.
Good. That,
right
to me,
next to
looks
St. Pete.
more like a tornado. So
4:45.
Okay, so 4:45. That's the pier. This is Albert Whitted. This is south of there, 18th Avenue South and further south. Tornado warning. You need to be in your shelter in the lower levels. This is what we look for when we're looking for tornadoes. That bright green right there is rain that's coming straight towards the radar, and you've got red here going away. So you've got a big rotation right in here. It's likely dropped down in here. Now, this just popped up, so whether or not we're going to see any debris if it's touching the ground, let's see.
I'm pulling
So
up
again,
our,
Bobby, when
Gulf
you see that
Coast.
contrast of that green area pushing up against the red, that's what you're looking for.
That's it
Got
right there.
I see
Yeah,
it.
that's more classic than anything else. And in fact, let me see. I want to slice this thing and see if we can cut right through it here. Sometimes you can actually get through here and see these things in 3D. This one, we're just getting it, so I don't think we're going to be able to get the data. It'll pop up here eventually, so I'm not going to get it right now.
What would that normally do for you, Bobby, there? You're just kind of scanning that area to get a better glimpse at...
A little bit more of confirmation that we have something there.
Got it.
What I just showed you, and let me show you where this warning is actually. What I just showed you in that velocity scan, to me, says there's rotation there. The radar can't see the ground. We don't know if it's touching the ground. We never do with radar, right? Unless we see debris coming up, then we assume it at least hit the tops of the trees. There's the polygon right there. Downtown St. Pete's here. The threat is south of there, 18th Avenue South. Maybe go up to 14th. Right? South of there is the main threat. This seems to be moving off towards the east. They kept the tornado warning going over into South Tampa now. Okay, so this is West Shore right in here. You're in the tornado warning as well. However, the threat, I think the biggest threat, well, it's going to be there too. So let me show you here. We've got this. That's the Gandy Bridge. Salt Shack sitting right in here. If you're south of Gandy, Salt Shack, all the new condos right there, you need to watch that. All right? And south of Gandy is a better chance for that. This is the other one. It actually looks like it's more towards downtown St. Pete right now. Oh, man.
Yeah, it does. And I actually just timed it out about a minute or two away from Albert Whitted as it's moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour.
Yeah, this is it. This bright that you see here and kind of that, this is where I think we've got rotation right in here. That's Albert Whitted Airport. You've got the hospital right in here as well, too. I think this maybe goes just to the south. Let me see if I can get in here a little bit tighter, too, and get some of these streets here.
That's the old Southeast in St. Pete.
Yep. There you go. 18th Avenue South. This area right here. 22nd Avenue, it's right on top of that right now, and it's going to head out all the way off towards the east. And in fact, this has gone a little bit more north of east. So I think Albert Whitted would be fine, but you've got, well, the Mahaffey Theater, I think it's going to probably end up south of there more than anything else. Pointer is out there as well, too. All these areas south of Central Avenue. This is the main threat, I think. Now, Martin Luther King Jr. Boulevard, it appears to me it's right near there or just to the north. And the way that the trajectory has been taking it to the north and the east, it should, I think, avoid the area. Okay, look, we just got a new scan. All right, it's moving offshore right now. There it is. So, and we're not going to see it from our camera here at the station. There's no way. There's just too much.
I'm starting to shift our downtown camera to get a little bit closer, but we got so much rain.
Yeah, the level that's coming through up there alone. But the good news is, let me tell you this. The warning, let me look at 4th Street. So here's 4th Street. All right? West of there, you're in the clear. All right? It looks like now this is moving out over the bay. But east of 4th Street, stay in your shelter, especially south of Albert Whitted Airport, south of Mahaffey Theater area. You want to still be in your shelter. This 22nd Avenue Southeast area, that's where we think the weather is. You're going to hear it. If you're in this area, you can hear it. It should be clearing you momentarily, all right? Literally within a minute or two, it should be clearing completely out into the bay if it's not already there. Data that we get sometimes is a minute or so behind, and that can make a big time difference when you're talking speeds here. So things are improving for South St. Pete. That's the tornado warning. That's our latest one. Let me come back up here a little bit. Yeah, you see that? I mean, you can clearly see, right? That's what we're watching there. Let me come back up a little bit towards South Tampa here. And this line looks better to me. That looks a lot better. We still have the warning.
Yeah, a few more minutes there with that one, but you got, spots like the Salt Shack up through Port Tampa.
Yep, it's South Tampa technically is in it as well. Davis Islands is in it as well. But again, when we look at the actual weather itself, the rotation, I'm not seeing a whole lot there. Now, I haven't talked a lot about the hail. Let me see if I can get some of the hail to show up here. We do have the chance of seeing at least a little bit of hail. We've been seeing it in this squall line all afternoon. It's not going to be a major issue for us, especially when you're looking at a tornado warning. And there's not much showing up at this particular point. There's a little bit there in that cell that went through St. Pete. So I wouldn't be surprised if that showed up there. South Tampa towards MacDill Air Force Base. This is MacDill right here. All right. Here I am back to Home Depot and Lowe's. Right about here, the one that's on Southdale Mabry. And so this little bow that you see right in here, this little strip area right there, could have some very high winds in it. All right, we have a tornado warning. Doesn't look like what I would expect to see for a strong tornado, but we still could have a tornado drop down out of this, and that would go right across the north end of MacDill Air Force Base, mainly up right by the front gate, more than anything else, and then straight across. Now, this is Bayshore, the very southern end of Bayshore. You get down towards the Yacht Club. Watch the Yacht Club. If you're in the Yacht Club, that's basically going Gandy straight over. Mm-hmm. Is it Gandy that goes all the way across to, I think it does. It goes all the way across. Yeah. And then you go south down towards the Yacht Club. I would be in my shelter if I'm in that area south of Gandy and South Tampa, including the area all the way over to the Yacht Club. This area up north, this is the Howard Franklin Bridge coming across into Tampa. Davis Islands right now, I think you're okay. Technically, we're still, again, in the tornado warning, but this particular area here, and then the one that went out over the bay is the one that we're watching. Now, Apollo Beach. It's easier usually to form a water spout, well, obviously a water spout over water, but a tornado over water. That's why we get a lot of tornado warnings here, because it's coming in off of the Gulf. That cell that went off of St. Pete is coming across, and it looks like it's going to be coming up close to Apollo Beach. Natalie, they're not in the warning, are they?
No.
I don't think it goes that far over this. Yeah, no.
Double check.
No,
it is.
they're not.
It definitely shot.
And we're down. They killed the other one.
I was about to ask. So right now, where is the warning? But okay.
Yeah. Here it is.
Gotcha.
Well, this was the cell, right? That came through. Let's look at the back side of this one.
Yeah. So while the warning still includes, South St. Pete, the actual area of rotation is already well over the bay. Yeah,
I'm looking at this one. This area south of Tropicana Field. See this? That looks a little suspect to me. The worst is this area right out here. Right, the worst is there. But I would watch this area
just
here.
Right there is that 18th Avenue South, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, and that was what we were tracking before.
Yeah.
You look at the radar and you look at where the polygon is. The polygon, remember, was issued from earlier. It takes it all the way out to past Shore Acres, and just about out towards MacDill. Okay, but we're thinking it's right in this area here, and that's out over the bay. Here's the coast, right? So tornado warning technically still in effect for Pinellas County. We're thinking now, everybody, 4th Street and west, you're in the clear with the tornado. Well, there it goes. They just took the tornado warning down. You're in the clear with the tornado, except there's still some very gusty winds inside of here. Again, 55, 65, 70 mile per hour winds are possible where you see the red here.
So this is
looks
red
like they
flashing
just
up there now.
Yep.
Okay.
Looks like they got rid of one,
Okay.
And they just extended another here. So they're taking the one from MacDill Air Force Base and they're going to extend that all the way out across the Skyway. That's what you're hearing right now, if you can pick that up on my microphone.
Davis Islands.
So Davis Islands
Yeah.
is now in it. The threat is down here. This is the front gate at MacDill Air Force Base. Okay? So the threat is there. Now, when I examine this one, this is what they're, let me show you here. Let me draw it. See this notch right there? That's what they're looking at. Right in there. So we think the rotation is right here, right at the gate, basically, of MacDill Air Force Base. It's going to track off towards, Natalie, you got some numbers on that one?
That one's still going to the northeast at, let me double check. It's still 40, it's been between 40 and 45 miles per hour.
All right, let's
Yep.
just do 40. I already had that one going. So that is out by the yacht club. That's Davis Islands Yacht Club at 439. Port Sutton, 441. South Tampa around 449. In South Tampa, it means it's way up in here. But what we're really talking about is downtown Tampa right here. Davis Islands is right here. Okay, so the port is sitting out here over on the east side, and that's where most of this will go. It's going to cross right across the southern peninsula of South Tampa here. We get back out over the bay.
And I did have a really good shot from our downtown camera facing that way. We can basically see everything getting darker and the clouds lowering, but the rain just now, now came down over that
it did.
view.
Yeah. So this is Davis Islands right here in the foreground. We're looking to the south-southwest. That storm is over here, and it's coming this way. So eventually, Leah, let's keep going back to the right just a little bit, because we're going to see it come across from MacDill, which is going to be still off. MacDill's probably sitting right out over here. And we're going to see it come off of MacDill back out over the water. Yeah. We're going to run it just a little bit more to the right. Where there's a building there, which we're not going to be able to see much past it anyways. Yeah, there you go. Perfect. So now, I'll let you look at that for a minute. We're going to go back over to the radar. Well, I almost have to back out for this one because I'm seeing some darker clouds. What'll happen is...
It looked like a shelf. That's what I was trying to...
Shelf cloud, you'll have what's called a wall cloud drops down out of a thunderstorm that's producing a tornado, and it's distinct. The bottom of the clouds are here, and then you'll see one that's down here, right? And then you've got your tornado underneath that. I don't see that at this particular point. It's going to be that would be very tough to see here anyways. There is this little area right in here. Where is it? It's right in here. It's really tough to see here.
I could see the distinction. I'm looking at another monitor, and as you're pointing there, I can see it.
Yeah, it's really tough to see on this one.
But yeah.
Velocity-wise, see this? Right here? And the way that's shaped, that notch right in there,
yes.
that's what we're watching. So there's most of the base, right? You got your hangars down to the south. Runways are sitting right out in here. MacDill Avenue, well, that you come in the gate right in here. It just went right over there. And now it's going to continue to move out. The yacht club's right up in this area in here. Inner Bay Boulevard, that's what I was thinking earlier. Inner Bay, it's mainly south of there. Now, let's back out a little bit. Salt Shack, that's right here.
Yeah.
The condos south of there. You're in the clear. All right? Basically, most of western side of Tampa here, the South Tampa area is in the clear. The threat is right along this east coast. If you look out off towards the east, you can see downtown Tampa off to the northeast and off across the bay. You still need to stay in your safe place at this time, south of MacDill Avenue for the most part. This is going all the way across, right? Yacht club's right in there, so it's well south of there. This is what we're watching for. To me, it looks like most of this area of MacDill is going to be okay. So it looks like it went just to the north of the really populated place there, and that's going to move out over the bay. The polygon for it takes it all the way across, and this obviously will change. This is kind of just covering where it potentially could go. And look at it a different way. Takes it all the way across here. This is Brandon. Got 41 coming down here, 301 there. 41's right here, right? So Beer Can Island is, where am I looking at here? Beer Can Island is right out in here.
Right there, yeah.
So it's going to go across and south of there. Beer Can Island is actually a little bit south of there. Over towards Gibsonton. Should stay north of Apollo Beach at this time. So Apollo Beach, we're still going to watch it, right? We've got the line coming through. The good news is this is Davis Islands. You've got downtown right here. The worst weather is coming through right now, and you do not have that tornado threat in downtown Tampa or in Davis Islands. There's a couple of little warnings popping up here on our radar. The radar uses a bunch of math equations, right, to figure out what's going on in these things, and it starts to show that rotation. That's early. It's not showing anything definitive at this point, and when I analyze that, I don't see a lot. What we will be looking for really is along this immediate line here for any rotation. We can get something in the back there, but I think that's old data more than anything else. This is about where that last tornado warning went through.
Bobby, when you talked about this earlier and this system coming through, is this really the end of it for people? I mean, I realize there's rain and wind behind that, but in terms of severe weather, is this the severe stretch we're seeing right now, and is it likely to move through pretty quickly?
Yeah, this is it. This is it. So you can see, look at Citrus County. They're done, right? We're done here in Citrus County. We have rain, but it's mostly almost all to the east. This line right here is the line that can produce severe weather. Now, you've got gusty winds out ahead of it, which we saw all day, and you got the higher winds possible inside it, plus a tornado threat. But the winds are actually turning to the west on the back side of this. You got some rain left over. There's a couple of thunderstorms. We got some in Hernando right now. But that main line is the biggest threat. In fact, look at most of Pinellas County now. Almost all of Pinellas County has seen the worst of the weather that they're going to get as far as storms go, and as far as wind goes. Now we start watching for how much wind we have on the back and what the tides want to do, because we know the tide's coming in later tonight. But that's where we're saying, you know, all this build-up of severe weather chance for today, and it's going to be about 20 to 40 minutes of storms coming through, and you say, that's it? The problem is we could have tornadoes and we could have some damage. So we've had a few warnings so far today. This should weaken a little bit. Let me show you this. This is the cloud top. So using satellites, we can actually look at the temperature at the top of the clouds. It shows us well, we just look at temperature from clouds. The colder numbers that you see, these darker grays, the darker oranges and the yellow right there, those are the taller cloud tops. The taller you go up, higher you go up, the cooler it is, right? If you notice, they're weakening. In fact, I'm going to go out a couple of hours. Let's go back out 3 hours here. Zoom out and show you. As this line has come on shore, see all the brighter oranges and rest? These storms are getting shorter, which means they're not as strong, which means the chance of severe weather is decreasing, which is great news. What we have to watch for is, look, they were big storms out over the water. The water is 62, 67 degrees, somewhere in there. Most of the land is about 77 degrees. That 10-degree warmer difference, almost 15 at times, is more energy to make storms. So far, we've seen these storms weaken, done just the opposite of what they could do. So that's the good news. And also, like we were saying, if you look at this I-75 corridor right here, let me go ahead and stop it for you. Just looking at the tall clouds, right? They're almost all east of there now, so that's your best chance for seeing any of those strong storms. Now, Manatee and Sarasota County finally getting some rain down there. This is certainly helping with our drought, but we do have that severe weather threat. So here we are, 4:40. We still have the tornado warning in effect for, Hillsborough County at this particular time. It's MacDill Air Force Base. It looks like it's exiting MacDill and moving back out over the bay. South Bayshore area. I think if you live right on Bayshore, especially near downtown, it looks like the main threat of this will go by just to your south. I'm talking about this area right in here. That's where you're running, where you see all the pretty pictures, all those beautiful houses along Bayshore, right in there. The threat is a little bit further to the south, and even, wow, Natalie, am I just talking a lot, or is that thing going all the way across?
It's gone very quickly. Yeah, it's officially over the bay, but while Brandon, we've been talking a lot about Brandon, while it's not in the warning, I'm timing this out for you because I wanted to give folks over in the Brandon area, back near even I-4, kind of an idea. It's still looking like within the next 10 to 15 minutes, the leading edge will arrive. Again, not in the warned area right around, because it does end there around that I-75 corridor, but it is quickly, it seems like almost broadening and collapsing.
Yeah, a little bit. This is out towards Progress Village.
Reaching 41.
Yeah, you can see Progress Village here, 41, which kind of runs right along the water almost. And let me get back to the velocity product. And we'll be looking right in here. Again, not impressed. Not super impressed with this. Now, as far as did this pick up any debris, I'm going to back up a little bit here. In fact, I'm going to have to zoom out to see that. It's too close to the radar. We're getting a lot of feedback here, so we're not going to see a lot. I just want to see it coming across. What we're doing, guys, is we're looking for anything that's not red like this. Coming across here towards McDill. I don't see it.
I'm not seeing anything.
I don't see a lot either. I know it's a lot of colors, but we're trying to confirm whether or not we've got a tornado there. At this particular point, talking to the Weather Service here.
If we want to switch over to weather 2 for a moment, we can talk more about just timing, especially as this speed, the forward momentum slowed down a little bit. It's now to the northeast at 30 miles per hour, approaching that I-75 corridor, almost where I-75 and just south of I-4. But you got some spots like Plant City. It's still going to be a bit of a variation there within the next 30 minutes as far as that timing is concerned. But I think Brandon will easily be within the next 10, 15 minutes, at least that leading edge. Some of the strongest winds associated with these storms, the heaviest of the rain. Lightning is already in the area. But again, Brandon proper still not technically in that warned tornado warning. But then you got spots like Seffner, within the next 5 to 8 minutes. Looking at those impacts. Yeah, coming through the area. It looks like it's almost, it's right along this leading edge. So you can see it's now crossed the bay, and it basically crossing 301 at this particular time. There's 301 right there, so it's right on the leading edge. The warning extends just out here, and that's what Natalie was saying at Brandon proper. It's very close. West of I-75, for the most part, it's the warning. East of there, it's out. And again, it looks like it's going to be weakening at least. That's the good news. 445 is what it goes through. So they may let this come down here in just a minute. What do we got, about 444, 443? 2 more minutes, 2 more minutes with it.
2 more minutes.
I will say you got some spots even like Apollo Beach. Nothing's warned there, but we are keeping an eye on could be a little bit of tightening there with those winds.
What's that circular area near Ruskin, Bobby? I saw it in purple earlier. Now it's...
Yeah, well, Ruskin is where this is the cone of silence, right there. The radar is located right in the middle. Oh. Right, the radar looks up and it's blocked by it's high enough so it sees over the trees, but the radar doesn't look straight up. Right, it goes like this level and it goes up and up and up, and then it stops at about an angle like that. And if you did that all the way around, you can see the circle where it's not looking straight up above it. Got it. Right, so when storms kind of move over top of that, you're not going to see anything because it's just not looking straight up. But that's the radar. This does usually give us really good data for this inbound, outbound, for our what we call velocities, right? That's what we're seeing here. And it's good. Yeah.
They're going to let it expire at 4:45.
Okay. All right, so they're going to let it expire. I want to do that, and they're going to get my ear here. And I'm going to get you back to programming here. We're getting ready for the 5 o'clock news.
We've just been told that we can have a look at some power outages in the area from those winds.
Right. They're going to get in my ear and tell me that. What do we have now? And there it goes. So the Gandy side, just throw quick numbers if you can. Are you 181? Oh, there we go. We got the pictures. Okay. So what you're looking at, this is Tico. All right, between Duke and Tico, we've had power outages all day. When we have tornado warnings, we start going through and looking for that particular area where we were tracking the tornado to see, and you can actually see, if we go down there to McDill, guys, zoom in right there, zoom in there to the south end of McDill, and you can see that there's some outages right in there. Is that what we're looking at there?
Yeah, it said 181, and that's the exact area you were talking about when you were looking at that polygon. And you were saying that's the door of McDill, and that's what we're seeing. Though I think it said 181, if I can see it.
181, closer. Yeah. So look, we don't have confirmation the tornado dropped. I don't know how long they've been without power, but that is in the area where the system went through. Now, if we can go over, guys, do we have the Duke? Do we have Duke? No.
Bobby, I will mention that looking at Tico a little more closely here, they're talking about trees and tree limbs in contact with power lines, and that being part of the reason some of the power is out in South Tampa here. These are not large numbers. Some storms we've seen thousands upon thousands of customers without power. So this is, if it affects you, it obviously is a concern. But these are not large numbers.
Right.
I'm looking
Here are
at
the Duke numbers.
right now. You got it? Yeah, I'm looking at it. 10,000 there. Pinellas right around Clearwater. Let me zoom in. See if you can see that.
And we've had a lot of those throughout the day.
Yeah.
And that's because of the wind that was hit. But look, if you live in any of these areas right now in Pinellas County, most of that, the wind's already come down. right? So that's good news. That means they can get out there, they can start doing repairs. You'll get your power back on here shortly if you're able to listen to me, which is a great reason to download the 10 Tampa Bay app because you can do it that way. Watch our coverage on your phone when the power's out that way. But the worst is now behind us. We're going to get you back to programming. We're going to shift gears and get ready for 10 Tampa Bay at 5 o'clock. This is the main line where you're going to see strong storms. It's just getting to Manatee County. AMI, it just went through. Downtown Bradenton, Sarasota, you're up next. We'll cover it all for you coming up here in just about 15 minutes on 10 Tampa Bay. Thank you.
But I will tell you the area of rotation that we're most concerned with is a little bit just to the north of immediately of Lake Placid along US 27 there, but just south of Sebring. So this Sebring is officially not included in this polygon. And this continues again to move to the east-northeast at about 55 miles per hour, just racing further and further to the east. You can see that area of rotation that we've just been seeing right over Venetian Parkway, Coleman there, just to the south of it. In the next few moments, we'll be crossing over. So basically, if you can hear the sound of our voice and we're talking about Highlands County, you want to be in your safe space. You want to make sure you're putting as many barriers between you and the outside world. And I know we're cutting into programming, especially as we make our way through the last couple of hours of the severe threat, but we do want to keep our neighbors just in this region along US 27 as safe as possible, especially as that tornado warning does continue to proceed to the northeast.
So this is going to take it off to the east-northeast through Wild Island at about 7:26. That's about, let give us 12 minutes or so from now. But the main concern is along that 27 corridor right now, and then out, I'd say north of Sunvale, right, and up towards the Plains area. And that would take probably at about 14 minutes from now in that Plainsville. Let's give it about 12 to 14 minutes for there. The tornado warnings that we have seen today have not lasted 30 minutes, 45 minutes. We're getting a good little mix of rotation going on right here. I think some of this is a little bit old. I still think the area, it's right in here in the Coleman area where our tornado could be. The debris signature, this is getting a little bit clouded because we're jumping over, but we still think that there's something there. And if you just look at the radar, you can see a little bit of a hook in here as well, too.
Yeah.
So it looks like a little inflow notch, I think, right in this area
just immediately south of Coleman.
Yeah, yeah.
And this goes until 7:30 this evening in Highlands County as you see that swath of rain move through. And, you know, I've been talking a lot about this tornado warning. Of course, it's warranted. We have this strong damaging winds exceeding not only 60 miles per hour, but we have that forward momentum at 55. But right around it, now this does include Lake Placid. There is still a severe thunderstorm warning that also goes over the next 15, 20 minutes. Not tornadic activity. This is strong damaging winds, even some straight line winds. So you're going to definitely feel those gusts have the potential at least to exceed 60 miles per hour. But the primary concern in this region is right about here. This is where Bobby was mentioning. There's Coleman, there's US 27 right here, and just along and to the south of it is really where we're keeping a close eye on this radar indicated area of some tight rotation that was even a little tighter out towards DeSoto County about, 15 minutes ago, 10, 15 minutes ago, but definitely continuing to hold on there.
Yeah, it really is. There's a second area down here, which I don't think is as much of a threat. We have to watch that, but this is the main one right there. That's a really tight rotation that we have right there, and that's a very good indication that we do have some type of tornado here. And you can see it again. It's just different ways we can look at it, storm relative or relative to the radar, and both of those are showing us that coming through the Coleman area right now, right through Coleman. It looked like it was going to be a little south of there initially, and I think that. Oh, we're flipping back and forth. I think the one that, let me move here. Sorry, Natalie.
So it's already, it's definitely picking up on a different radar.
And I think this is a debris signature for it right here.
And it's some of the more impressive ones we've seen with these radar, these tornado warned cells over the last couple of hours.
Yeah, yeah. So here it is. This is 66 and US 27, obviously right out there in Coleman. If you're headed out towards Lorida, that is basically where it's headed. It's going to move right along State Road 66, moving east out of Coleman area, and it's going to continue to push off towards the east. The rotation's still there. We've had a couple different scans now, and you can see that has not changed at all. In fact, it looks like it almost has tightened up just a little bit. Sometimes you get some hail around these, and we're going to wait for the hail to pop up here. These storms are actually still fairly large storms, and we look for taller storms to make tornadoes. And you can see we've got a taller one down to the south, but even this one that's moving through the area right now is upwards of 30,000 feet. Bigger storm system down here over 40,000 feet. So we've seen this all together today just kind of lose size just because the storms have been weakening just a little bit. This scan, that looks a little better.
There we go. Yeah.
A little bit, not
it almost
a whole
seems
lot.
like it's trying to drift a little further north now.
Yeah, It does. DeSoto
Still
City here?
south of Sebring, but DeSoto City, yeah, right at that 98 and 27 intersection. Yeah, the signature did jump up a little bit to the north. Ever so slightly, though. I mean, the bulk of this energy continuing to the northeast and still moving rather quickly.
No reports yet. Just looking at the Weather Service right now. Sometimes we'll get reports from law enforcement saying that, hey, they've seen damage, that type of thing. Nothing yet. It's obviously early at this particular point. But, guys, we've got to treat this just like it's a tornado warning anywhere else, right? We've got to keep people safe. Now, if you are back out west of this, and I think like the Cruzville area, mainly south of you, there's likely been a little bit of damage from Joshua to Coleman, especially back out towards the Joshua area. If you're west of 27 right now, I think you are good to go. It looks like the threat is right here just east of 27. So technically, yeah, you're still in the warning, but it looks like the all clear is if you are west of there. The Coleman area is still very, very close. But out in Joshua, yeah, we've got some storms still left over. But other than that, the tornado threat is there. Here's the warning again. I'll go ahead and take the polygon off. The radar off so you can see where the polygon is. And notice, you see a little bit of lightning in here. And we've had a little bit of lightning in this whole squall line today. But it's starting to pick up a little bit right here where we have the potential tornado, and that's another indication that we could see it. Here's the latest scan that we just got. Well, I'm going to try and stay on the Tampa Bay one.
Yeah, the bouncing between two, it's at that point, bouncing between two radars, it is getting more difficult to see.
That's it. Let's see what this has to say here. Okay, so we do have some power outages north of Sebring. It's not really going to be from this. We've had a lot of wind today out ahead of it, but we're definitely looking at the chance for some damage here with this particular cell pushing through the area right now. I'm going to put this into motion. You can see it moving very quickly.
Yeah, so if you're just now joining us, we are still covering a tornado warning until 7:30 this evening. This is just along 27 here, just now looking north of Coleman, or rather northeast of Coleman. It just looked like it crossed the highway here. So if we could switch over to weather 2 really quick, I do want to show a loop of where this storm, this leading edge of this storm activity has been drifting further and further off, not only inland, but off to the east. The forward momentum of it has been easily 50 to 55 miles per hour. So this one is racing, and this leading edge has also been capable of producing not only straight line winds, but also these strong damaging winds within this storm exceeding 60 miles per hour. So that is why there was already a severe thunderstorm warning issued for this region around that center of rotation. But really ever since DeSoto County, eastern DeSoto, moving into Highlands, this is when we started to notice a little bit of tightening in the radar indicated rotation. No official tornado being heard of right yet on the ground. We're definitely still keeping an eye on, actually hearing reports maybe from the emergency management in the area. Haven't quite picked up on that yet, but this energy, this center of rotation, actually seems to have already crossed 27 here. So if you were to the west of 27, I know you're still in this part of the red polygon. This goes until 7:30, so there's a good chance it might get trimmed back ever so slightly, but it's primarily east of 27 at this point, east of Coleman, that we're keeping a very close eye and keeping that tornado warning going until 7:30 there.
It looks like it's getting up close to 98 right now, east of Coleman, out towards Plains. We'll be with you here just a few more minutes. We appreciate your patience today. I hear the phones. I hear you calling, guys. We know. If this was over your house, we'd be covering it too. So that's just the way this works. So we appreciate your patience. This is
right up here.
Definitely some really good rotation coming over there. Weather 1, if you could, Coy, jump back over there real fast. You can keep Natalie up there, but you can see where this is. This is the area that we're talking about right here.
Good.
That's 98. There's Plains obviously right out there,
There's
and it's
98.
It's moving off, like basically in this direction right
So again,
here.
if you're back out west of 27, you're good. You can get out of your safe place. And we really want to focus now towards 98 there, just nearing Plains. Now possibly even gliding just to the west?
West of Plains, very close to it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, look, this, actually, I'm showing you a 30-minute loop. This cell.
All the way back here. All the way back in DeSoto.
Yeah. It's been going. That's why I said I'm going to take you back out for an hour here and show this loop. And you can see, and one of the reasons why we do this is because look what's happening here. There's a second one to the north. So
Yeah.
let me show you, well, to the south, I should say. Let me show you where our warning is right now. See, our warning is up here. All right, that's the one near Plains. There's another one right here. And they'll probably start to issue on that as well, too. You can see it right here. Right? You see this? This is what we're tracking for you
Right
now.
up there.
That's the second one. That means if you're in southern Highlands County out here towards Archbold, that storm system's heading your direction. There's a very good chance that there's a tornado in there. And you do not have that warning right now, but there's a very good chance. The reason why I go back in time and kind of zoom out a little bit is because they tend to do this. They tend to pop up all at the same time along that line. And we've got two of them right now that appear to be doing this. There's the top one right up to the top, very tight up towards
Right
Plains.
along 98, and then back out here just south of 70.
Yep, south of 70 right now.
So, and this is all pushing to the northeast about 50, 55 miles per hour. So this all has been racing now, not only through Highlands, but now even this one entering into Highlands County. But we haven't officially heard that that's tornado warned just yet, but the signature is something we're definitely going to keep a close eye on because the energy is very much so there. The dynamics have been there along this leading edge of severe storms all evening long.
And watching for the debris, again, look, that is clear that we've seen something up here. Let me go back in time here and show you. See the brighter oranges you're seeing there?
Yeah.
Near Lorida? That,
right in here.
you know what? I got over into Melbourne again. Let me get out of here. This shows you much clearer where it's crossing over Coleman area.
Right into there.
And then back up towards Lorida right there. So
this
that is debris right there pushing through the area.
It's basically picking up on a radar, something on the radar signature that is not a raindrop. It's foreign. It's an object that could be a tree limb. It could be actual debris. It could be vegetation. That's basically what this debris tracker is showing us.
Now, the county line is getting out right in this particular area right here. Our cell that we're watching is right here over Lorida. You can see the velocity product here is changing just a little bit.
And the one you mentioned in southern Highlands, southwestern Highlands, I mean, that one's starting to look even more impressive. Yeah.
Yeah, look at that.
Wouldn't be surprised if they do pull the trigger on that one.
What time we got? 7:25. Again, this one's in effect all the way until 7:30, which, I mean, it's still structure or the Ruskin area. That's why we are covering it. We actually have some viewers out there. It's a little ways out there, but we want to keep our viewers in Plains and Coleman and Lake Placid safe. By the way, Coleman and Lake Placid, you are in the clear right now as far as that tornado warning because it has now moved off to your east. Let's see what we got. We're still nothing. No confirmation. So kind of keep an eye on what the.
And I'm still waiting to see if if they're going to end up issuing on the other part of Highlands too, because that does look impressive. But yeah, we got still a minute and a half, 2 more minutes. I think this computer timing is going a little bit quicker than the than our radar. But we still do have a couple more minutes on this.
So there's our tornado warning right now, and again, it's getting down towards the end of the polygon, so they'll likely let this expire at about 7:30. Again, this one near Archbold, that's where you really got to watch it. That is just a really tight rotation right there. And that one, too, has debris. I mean, that's got more than anything else. Very concerned about that right now. Now, look, here's the deal. This is far from where the radar is, so when we're looking at the velocity, this rotation here, we're looking higher in the atmosphere. We don't quite know if it's touching the ground, but when we see that right there is telling me it's picking stuff up from the ground. And that's likely trees, vegetation, that type of thing. So, and that's what we have up here at Plains, where we have our warning for that cell right now.
I also want to let folks in Lake Placid know they can breathe a sigh of relief because there is still a severe storm in your area. There is still severe thunderstorm warning going for a few more minutes in that area as well. But I will tell you some of the strongest of this activity is actually starting to push just east of Lake Placid. And that's not the reason that we're on air right now. It's not because of the activity that's happening over in that region with the severe thunderstorm warning. It's more so because of the activity that just is approaching Plains at this hour, which at this moment really, which is now on the far eastern end, the far edge of the tornado warned polygon that goes until 7:30.
Yeah.
Right in this region here.
So Archbold is on the edge of the severe thunderstorm warning, but man, I tell you, that is a strong one. And it looks like it's going to do a little damage. Now, look, bigger picture, since we're all here, that's it. That's going to be the last of the severe weather as far as the tornado goes for our neck of the woods. Obviously, it's almost all the way over to the East Coast at this particular time. They're still going to have to deal with it. And I think these cells, just looking at the structure of these two alone, they're going to have a really good, decent chance of getting over towards Okeechobee, towards the north end of the lake there.
Yeah, the rain that you saw on the back end, I know there's some spots, especially along the immediate coast, back along I-75. You're still dealing with some rain in your area. The severe threat, this is it. This is that what Bobby was mentioning. This is the tail end of it, especially as we go through probably the next 30 minutes to an hour. Everything that you're dealing with in the backside, the rain, is not capable of producing severe storms. So we do have good news there, but we have got to stay on air with you on this tornado warning in Highlands until the threat is over.
Yep, Plains, Lorida, you're the areas of concern right now. You get out again about towards Sebring and Lakemont and up towards Avon Park. Most of this has gone by already. In fact, just looking at the rain, you can see the rain's already stopped in the Avon Park area and for the most part in Sebring as well.
Yeah, Sebring's good.
That's definitely spreading out a little bit. I like that. That
means
means
some good weakening there, yeah.
Yeah, a little bit of
broadening.
weakening. And the one to the south has not. So there we go. One more minute left in this warning. And hopefully they will let this one go. It's getting, looks like now, out of the area anyways.
Yeah, the one approaching Plains on the US on 98 there, just west of Plains. Thankfully, that one's likely going to be allowed to expire. We are going to be focusing more so now towards southwestern Highlands to see if they issue a new one for that. Of course, we would stay on with you if they do, but I do see a good amount of broadening and weakening with the initial one that caused this tornado warning cell.
Yeah, you can see it really right in there, really tightened up.
Archibald.
And then now it's still there.
We're doing 33 outages.
I'm just letting you know. I'm just keeping an eye on it for you guys.
Thank you. Got Carolina here as well. 33 outages reported within the county.
Okay, guys, that's it. Looks like they have allowed it to expire, so we will get off of here and get you back. Looks like Jeopardy's coming up now. Thank you again for your patience. Look, I've heard the phone calls. We know we'll be here to protect you when it comes to your house as well, too.